Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Chicago Cubs. Friday Night Baseball is presented by Jeep. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Jeep, now celebrating its 75th anniversary. By Good Humor, craving something sweet? Try the Good Humor Giant King Cone at the concession stand. Good Humor, the official ice cream of the New York Mets. By Geico, over 75 years of savings and service. By Bob's Discount Furniture, shop in store or online at mybobs.com. And by New York Lottery, take a break from the expected, play scratch-off games from the New York Lottery. Well, yes, the skies have cleared in more ways than one for the Mets. A little youthful enthusiasm serving them well in their victory last night. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling with you tonight as the Mets play Game 2 of their 4-game series against the Cubs. Mets had maybe their most thrilling victory and maybe their most necessary victory of the season last night as they came from behind to beat the Cubs 4-3. But it got hairy at the end for Jeurys Familia, who had maybe had his toughest save of the season and maybe his best sinker as well.
You know, Gary, when you're on a streak like Familia has been on, you have to say to yourself every once in a while, is this going to be the time that he doesn't get his job done? And after getting a runner on with a walk and then a double by Zobrist, he came back and he threw one pitch and one pitch only. That great sinker. We've seen him work on his slider. We've seen him throw a lot of split fingers. But when he was in the most trouble he's been in all season long, he went to that power sinker that almost looked like a left-handed slider at times. And Bryant did not have a chance, and neither did Contreras, and then Baez with the pop-up to get him a save.
27 for 27 this year. 43 straight regular season saves converted, a Mets club record on the longest current streak in the major leagues. Familia has been nothing short of phenomenal for the Mets so far this season. But the Mets wouldn't have won last night if they hadn't found some offense, and they found it in part from the newest Met, Brandon Nimmo, first-round draft pick 5 years ago, and he started to pay dividends last night.
Well, he got called up when Conforto struggling, got sent down, and he got inserted in the lineup in Atlanta, and then went on to Washington. He went 0 for 4 in his first game, but hitting a .313 clip his last 4 games, and last night had a really terrific at-bat, a clutch at-bat late off Peralta, got the base hit up the middle, advanced on the throw to third base, went to third base, wound up scoring on the next batter, went to third and wound up scoring the go-ahead run. Just really had a terrific ball game, and all smiles, and made all Met fans smile.
No question about that. So now the ball gets into the hands of Jacob deGrom, who had a fabulous April, went all of May and all of June without a win, despite the fact he's been pitching awfully well.
Well, I don't care what the numbers say in his last 5 starts. He is back and throwing like he used to throw, 95 plus, has all his pitches working. They've only scored him 3 runs in his last 5 starts.
Last time the Mets saw Jason Hamill, they were knocking him out in the 2nd inning in Game 4 of the LCS last year. 5
runs he gave up in that ball game. He's a veteran, though, is having his best season.
Start of the long holiday weekend in New York. The rain has cleared. No hail, no tornadoes, just baseball tonight. It's the Mets and Cubs, all the action on SNY. SNY is brought to you by Jeep, now celebrating its 75th anniversary, a lifetime of freedom in a world of adventure. Take advantage of a special Yoenis Cespedes offer. 4 tickets for $52 during the July 4th through 6th games against the Marlins. Tickets through this offer will be sold on a first-come, first-served basis and are subject to availability. For tickets, visit Mets.com/vote-yo. Greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. The Phillies have had a little spark. They've won 3 in a row, 5 of 7 after a losing stretch. The Marlins have lost 3 straight, but Justin Bour has been hot, 20 RBIs in his last 14 games. And the Orioles set a record for the month of June, hitting 56 home runs. Hyun-Soo Kim hit the record setter for the Orioles last night. Mets captain is back in the building after neck surgery. We'll hear from him a little bit later on. It's the Mets and the Cubs, Citi Field. All the action coming up on SNY. His want. Joe Maddon switching people's positions around with Baez and Zobrist and Jason Hayward in the lineup after sitting last night. That's the lineup that'll face Jacob deGrom tonight.
Well, Tehran in his last couple of starts matched up against Julio Tehran for the Atlanta Braves came away with a loss and a no decision. His last game, 8 innings, no runs on 7 hits, an outstanding effort.
And the Metsy defense brought to you by Lexus. Let's see what I can come up with today. Nemo back in right field for the 2nd straight time. On the infield, I'm going to upset my producer. The same cast of characters. Now Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate.
The weather is spectacular when you consider what was expected for this 7 o'clock hour. Game's going to start about 10 or 12 minutes late, but the sun is now shining. There's no rain left in the area, and we are set for baseball. Ben Zobrist, who had 2 hits last night, will lead off against Jacob deGrom. And Jacob's first pitch of the night is a fastball a little bit high for ball 1. Last time Jacob deGrom faced the Cubs was Game 3 of the National League Championship Series at Wrigley Field. He went 7 strong innings, gave up a couple of solo home runs and nothing more in a 5-2 win that put the Mets on the brink of clinching the pennant. However, he has never fared well against the Cubs in the regular season. 3 starts, 0-2, an ERA over 6. And Zobrist takes low and in, 2-1. deGrom has gone 10 straight starts without a win. His last win was April 30th against the Giants. The biggest problem in that stretch, well, especially lately, the last 5 starts Jake has made, the Mets have scored a total of 3 runs. Jason Heyward on deck, then Kris Bryant.
Well, he's coming off that start in Atlanta where he really just got it together, pitched a really fine ball game.
2-2 to Zobrist, and he strikes him out with a high fastball. 96 from deGrom for the first out of the night.
Well, this is when deGrom's going great. He is the fastball is on the knees to get ahead, and then he can elevate the fastball. That's what he did against Zobrist.
So 1 out. Now Jason Heyward, who did not start last night, hasn't started the last 2 games against lefties, and he's got a little soreness in his side as well, but back in there tonight. Heyward pinch hit last night at a comebacker with 2 on in the 8th against Jerry Blevins. But a very disappointing first year in Chicago with the bat for Heyward, and he takes a fastball outside. Today is July 1st, which means a lot of things to a lot of people, but north of the border it means it's Canada Day, and they're celebrating Canada Day with a lot of baseball. The Blue Jays are hosting the Indians. The game is tied 1-1. They're going to the 19th inning. Toronto already ran out of pitchers. They used Ryan Goins, an infielder, to pitch a scoreless top of the 18th. And now they're going to the 19th. And we were just watching on the video feed 6+ hours into that game. It's still packed.
Packed with people. Goins had the bases loaded, threw a 6-4-3 double play ball.
Good for him. Inside to Heyward. He even had a pretty nasty looking curveball.
He did. Good movement on his fastball, and he hit 90.
3-1 to Heyward with Kris Bryant on deck. And deGrom attacks with a fastball. Heyward fouls it off. Jason Heyward, after his stint in St. Louis last year, signed an 8-year, $184 million contract.
Which really kind of baffled most people in the baseball world, that kind of glue.
Stands a mile from home plate. 3-2 coming. It's popped up. Flores comes into foul territory, and that's the second out. Jacob deGrom has not gotten much run support. He's not the most egregious victim. Matt Harvey's gotten even less than he has, but deGrom, especially lately, has had very little to work with.
Well, maybe he's overdue for a big run outburst.
Here's Kris Bryant, to deliver the keynote last night with a 2-run homer in the first inning off Steven Matz, who otherwise pitched pretty well last night. But Bryant dropped the hammer on him in the first inning, hit his 22nd home run, which ties him for the National League lead. Adam Duvall has hit 22. Bryant has hit 22. Keeping it away with the slider. 2-1.
There's last night's home run. You saw the target was up above the waist. It was down in the knees where Bryant loves it. That was a 2-run shot for an early 2-run Cubby lead.
He hit it well over the Great Wall of Flushing, but it was a mere chip shot compared to what came later off the bat of Cespedes.
It really ignited the Mets, didn't it? I mean, it got them going a little bit. Prodigious. Potencia.
2-2 to Bryant. Upstairs 3-2. Oh, by the way, apparently Ryan Goins is a 1-inning pitcher. Darwin Barney is pitching the 19th inning for Toronto.
He's got a pitch limit, Gary.
Remember that the Indians have a 13-game winning streak on the line in that game. their longest since 1951. Bryant takes it high for ball 4, and becomes up the first base runner of the night.
And one of their big bombers coming up. Bryant, of course, hit his 22nd home run last night. Rizzo now has 19, so that's a nice little 3-4 combination in the lineup right there.
Anthony Rizzo, since the start of 2013, is at 105 home runs, which is the most of anybody in the National League. Not sure I would have guessed that.
Yeah.
He's 2 ahead of Giancarlo Stanton.
Stands very close to the plate, on top of the plate, deep in the box, slightly open stance, very relaxed.
Rob's got a good fastball going tonight. See what we were just talking about.
How about that? Well, Stanton has been injured so much.
It's funny. My guess would have been Goldschmidt.
Yeah. Boy, see how Goldschmidt has rebounded from his tough start? He's having his usual terrific year.
Cream comes to the top.
Rizzo swings an inside fastball. 95, 96 with regularity from DeGrom. His velocity has slowly but surely been coming back these last few starts.
Throw 2 by him.
Yeah, ball up is key, Keith, against Rizzo. Likes the ball down and in, especially.
DeGrom ahead 0-2. Rizzo takes low and in 1-2. There are only 3 Cub hitters in the lineup tonight who were in the lineup for Game 3 of the League Championship Series against DeGrom last year. Bryant, Rizzo, and Javier Baez. The rest of the lineup has changed. Bryant at first and 2 out. 1-2 coming. Bryant runs, and it's boxed by d'Arnaud, and Bryant goes in standing with a stolen base, his 3rd of the year.
Well, after all those fastballs, if you're a base runner, you can sometimes guess not only when DeGrom's going to the plate, but what pitch he's going to throw. He counters with the breaking pitch, which always makes it harder on the catcher. And that one in the dirt couldn't be handled by d'Arnaud.
Can the pitchers, DeGrom, cannot forget about the base runners. Mets pitchers have been doing a very good job holding runners on. They've been forced to.
2-2 coming. Struck him out. High fastball from DeGrom takes care of Rizzo. Couple of strikeouts in the opening inning for DeGrom, who's throwing hard. Mets come to bat at the bottom of the 1st with no score. starting lineup is identical to last night's. The 1 through 8 hitters after the Mets snapped a 4-game losing streak last night. Curtis Granderson still out with a calf. Juan Lagares still in Binghamton. That's the lineup that faces Jason Hammel tonight.
Jason Hamels pitched for Tampa Bay, Colorado, Baltimore, the Cubs twice now in Oakland. 76 and 81 in his career, but 25 and 16 as a Cub.
Brandon Nimmo picked up his first big league RBI last night, and it was a big one. Fouls that fastball off, and it's 1-1.
Really impressed with the improvement that Nimmo has made. And I noticed we've seen him 2 spring trainings, and how long his swing was when I first saw him, and how much he's made it more compact. And I gotta feel that's a good instruction down in the minor leagues.
Hamel jams him and he pops it up into shallow center. Almora comes in and puts it away for the first down.
And the Coors Light Cubby defense. Chris Bryant now moves from third base to left field. We've talked about this Zobrist, who played right last night, is at third base. Look at second base. Baez, who played second, is at third. This is what Joe Madden does. He moves his players around. He's got a very versatile squad.
Cubs still with the best record in baseball despite the loss last night. First time since 1977 the Cubs have had the best record in baseball at the end of June. Neil Walker up second in the order. Neil 1 for 4, drove in a run last night. And he hits this one in the air to right field. Hayward back. He's got room. 2 out. Keith, you were talking about Brandon Nimmo and his swing and making it more compact. How do you go about doing that?
I haven't seen him enough to know what were the points that they work on for him. It's usually always in your take back here, whether it's a hitch. He has very little take back. And you got to jam there a little bit. But you know what? They're going to jam you once in a while. Those pitchers are out there making a living. I don't go by this saying that keep your hands inside the ball. I was always taught, let your hands fly out. And so what they've done with him, I don't know, because I haven't seen him enough. But I do remember distinctly, Gary, that he had a very long swing, and it concerned me. I'm not seeing it right now.
Cespedes takes a strike. Would you like to expound?
I thought I made my point, Your Honor.
Okay, he's done. We'll send him on his way. Cespedes bounces one down to third. Baez leaning back, throws him out. 1-2-3 inning for Jason Hammel in the bottom of the first. Took him just 6 pitches, longer than it took Keith. All-Star Game, July 12th on Fox. Coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Second inning with no score. The rookie catcher Wilson Contreras will lead off against Jacob deGrom. Contreras 1 for 4 last night. Just his 12th start in the major leagues, off to a rollicking start. However, he was one of Jeurys Familia's victims in the 9th last night and was completely overmatched against the Familia sinker. 2 half swings, 1 full swing, and hasn't come close to making contact yet, but that's more a tribute to Familia than an indictment of Contreras.
Almost swung at one that hit him.
It was the best sinker I've seen Familia's throw this year, and there were that inning when you needed to strike out. There were around 5 pitches or 6 pitches that weren't strikes that they swung at. That's how much movement he had.
And he kept hitting the same spot over and over. Contreras nubs one foul.
I know, because I try to do this for a living at a high level. Being able to throw the same pitch over and over to the same slot down and into the righties without missing one time. The last pitch he threw that was popped up by Baez was the only one that was down the middle.
2-2 from deGrom, and Contreras hits one back up the middle. Walker on the backhand has time, throws him out. Good position and a nice play by Walker to get Contreras.
Oh, he's playing up the middle. You see Walker up the middle. Easy play for him.
Now, if I was pitching, I'd be saying, boy, that shift is good, isn't it? Gotta love that shift.
Yeah, until you get burned.
All depends on your perspective. 1 out and nobody on. Now Javier Baez, who hit a home run last night, went 2 for 5. Baez played second base last night, third base tonight. His natural position is shortstop. He also has played some first base and some outfield this year. And Joe Madden has called him a utility man Gold Glove. Although he made a throwing error last night that was only partially his fault that gave the Mets the go-ahead run.
It was a real heads-up play on Baez's part on the high chopper off the bat of Walker with runners on second and third. It was the tying run that was going to score. He was going to get the advance run. Nimmo running to third. He had him. It was a really heads-up play, but he made a poor throw.
DeGrom's second straight batter. He's fallen behind 2-0. And a high fastball has Baez wailing 2-1. It's over in Toronto. As you look at the last pitch to Baez, Carlos Santana hit a home run off infielder Darwin Barney in the top of the 19th. Trevor Bauer, normally a starter, threw 5 scoreless innings in relief, and the Indians win their 14th in a row in 19 innings, 2-1 over the Blue Jays.
Oh,
Baez gets nailed by his foul ball, and he's in some discomfort.
Well, the Indians have some great history, and that's a franchise record for that organization. So congratulations. What a run they're on.
so when's the last time that's been done, Garrett? You said last night that their win last night was the
As
first
Ronnie
one.
just said, that's the franchise record.
Oh, it is a record.
They've never
so
done that
52 was last year. Since 1952.
That they did won 13 in a
Right.
row in 51, but now 14 in a row. They'd never done that before. Nice little rainbow after the thunderstorms that passed through. 3-2 now to Baez. Well, the Indians, with their 14-game winning streak, have opened up a 6.5-game lead in that AL Central.
They ended up 22-6 in June. In August of 1954, 26-6, best mark they ever had.
3-2 coming, and Baez swings at the high fastball, and deGrom has his third strikeout.
Well, that's what we saw from Baez a couple of years ago when he came up, hit the 9 home runs, I believe, in the second half. And he was a guy that wailed up at the plate and you could make him chase. Right up the ladder, as they say.
Brian, going back to the last start in Atlanta and the beginning of this game, it looks like deGrom has a different degree of life on his fastball.
Yeah, there's a few things that have happened. No one pitched more in the postseason than Jacob, and you could see by the time he got to the World Series he was losing a little bit of steam. So the short off season certainly had to have something to do with him coming out of the blocks a little slow in spring training. Remember, the talk started then. Jacob wouldn't buy into it. He just said, hey, the last time I looked, you're supposed to just get outs. That's what I'm doing. I'll figure the velocity will come back at some point. Also, they had a little scare as a family with their first child, Jackson. So that weighs heavily sometimes on the human aspect of being a professional player. And you just knew at some point, as he went along, got some extra days rest, which a lot of these pitchers have had, that he'd start to get it back.
He leans back Addison Russell, 2-2 for the Cubs shortstop. Jason Hammel hitting 8th in the order, as is Joe Maddon's custom. Pitcher on deck. 2 out and nobody on. 2-2 to Russell. Got him. Back-to-back strikeouts for DeGrom with the fastball. 4 strikeouts in the first 2 innings for Jake, and he's off to a hot start. DeGrom dealing early. No score in the second at Citi Field. Tonight's starters in June brought to you by People's United Bank. DeGrom pitched better, but neither one had a very successful 1-loss record. James Loney unloads deep down the line, and it's out of here. Loney hitting one a mile high and cranks one off the Coca-Cola corner. 4th home run of the year for Loney, and the Mets grab a 1-0 lead.
Second home run in the last 3 games. Turns on the fastball, a little around mid-thigh. Nicely done. He's been terrific.
He knows how to hit Jason Hammel. His 4th home run in 42 career at-bats against Hammel.
From this angle, as soon as it left the bat, it looked like it was going to hook foul.
That's it in the air to right field. Hayward going back to the warning track at the wall. It's out of here as Dribble Cabrera goes deep. The Mets hit him back-to-back off Hammel, and it's 2-0 New York. Number 9 for Cabrera. this season, the Mets were hitting back-to-back home runs like it was nothing. 9th time this year now the Mets have hit them back-to-back.
Another inside fastball. Hayward runs out of room. Yeah, you better throw a wrinkle in there. That fastball is getting roped.
So Loney and Cabrera attacking Jason Hammel. In the course of 3 pitches, they hit back-to-back home runs. Those Mets home runs mean $2,000 for No Kid Hungry, enough to provide 20,000 healthy meals courtesy of Citi.
Wants the ball away. Ronnie, same spot, a little bit higher, belt high here, inside part of the plate.
Kelly Johnson fouls back the fastball. Mets getting some good cuts against Hammel. Remember, they routed him in the 2nd inning. It's actually the 1st inning of Game 4 of the League Championship Series. Duda and d'Arnaud took him deep. He got 1 out in the 2nd and then was gone. Johnson whoops one foul. So the Mets are picking up where they left off last October against Jason Hammel. Hammel had given up only 8 home runs in 87 innings this year, but the Mets have stung him twice.
See those numbers in his career.
Well, it's July now.
Great first half pitcher.
He's saying the switch gets flipped the other way because it's July 1st.
Honestly, there's a lot of pitchers like that.
Ed Lynch comes to mind.
More than you think.
Ed Lynch, Lynchy would deal the first half and run out of gas.
Johnson goes down swinging on the changeup. First strikeout for Hammel.
Here's Loney's home run to Freeze, and you can see around mid-thigh, a little above mid-thigh, inner half. Cabrera is more in and a little higher, and he really gets the barrel out. Look at the eyes on the ball, young men out there and ladies.
Nice save. Here's Wilmer Flores. He whacks one out to right field. Hayward has room this time. 2 out. The Mets are getting awfully good cuts against Jason Hammel.
Well,
as a little more rain starts to fall.
One of the joys of my life was when a game like this, and you'd be in the 80s dugout with Keith Hernandez, and he would scream out the pitcher, "You're not fooling anybody." That was one of the joys of my life.
We used to treat pitchers harshly. Wally was right there too.
Yes, he was.
Well, is opening with the rain starting up again. Here's d'Arnaud, who homered against Hammel in the LCS last year. Travis has been swinging the bat a lot better the last few days. 5 for 10 over the last 3 games, including a couple of hits last night. Grounds one toward the hole. Russell on the backhand. And he throws out d'Arnaud to end the inning. But the Mets break in front. Back-to-back home runs from James Loney and Asdrubal Cabrera. And Jacob deGrom and the Mets with a 2-0 lead going to the 3rd. Third inning, Jacob deGrom, who has been starved for run support, has a couple, and before he can throw a pitch in the third inning, the grounds crew is going to cover the field. It has started to rain a little bit harder, and they must have a forecast. We saw Bill Deacon, the head of the grounds crew, out talking to the home plate umpire Jeff Nelson a few moments ago. They obviously know that there's a cell of heavy rain on the way, and that's why they've chosen to cover the field at this time. Terry Collins is not happy about it.
Yeah, he's got his pitcher out there dealing.
Well, the last thing in the world Terry wants is for the second time in less than a week to lose his starting pitcher to a rain delay. Yeah, that happened with Matt Harvey in Washington.
That's right. And what Terry called Matt's best game of the year.
I am going to pull up the radar app here, Gary, and see what the heck's going on.
Well, it's a good thing somebody's got it.
You're not. You might not be privy.
This will be very quickly out of here. Very quickly.
It's a small cell.
Then why are we putting the tarp on?
It's going to move, well, unless it's going to hang around.
Well, maybe it'll be
it's
heavy.
It's moving
heavy
west.
but brief.
Yeah, it's orange and red. Yep.
I think you're not ready for the green screen at the news station.
Well, it's a little low pressure system.
By the way, that direction it's moving, that's called east.
East, yeah. Actually, it's moving to the northeast, to be exact. Smarty pants.
You know we're still on the air, right? So the grounds crew gets the infield covered in short order. We'll come back to Citi Field when they're ready to play baseball again. After this commercial break, we'll take you to Amazing Finishes 2006. Hope it's short, Jake. Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling with you. And after a rain delay of a little bit over an hour, Jacob deGrom is back on the mound and getting ready to resume this game. We're just about to start the top of the third with the Mets leading the Cubs 2-0. Ron, are you surprised deGrom gets the ball after it's going to be about an hour and 10 minutes?
Completely surprised. I think usually it's between 45 minutes to an hour is the most that you push a pitcher before you relieve him with someone in the bullpen. And this is great for the Mets because he was working on an A game. Can he retain that A kind of game after coming back after this long wait? It'll be interesting to see.
On the other side, Joe Madden looks like he's going to stay with his starter, Jason Hammel, as well. Hammel is due to lead off in the top of the third, and there's nobody throwing in the Cubs bullpen. And Hammel is going to bat for himself.
Do you think it has any import as this part of the season right here? It's so critical to keep your starters out there.
I've never seen this before, but if I were Hammel, I'd take 3 pitches and run out to the bullpen and start to warm up. Like, what if you get on base and have to run the bases the entire inning?
So here we go, back underway after an hour and 8 minutes, and Hammel takes a strike. So it's like nothing ever happened. deGrom was struck out 4 through the first 2 innings. Has not allowed a base hit yet. He has a 2-0 lead to work with, and he misses with a slider to Hammel, a ball and a strike. The grounds crew did an extraordinary job getting that tarp off the field and being ready to play in a snap. They were rolling the tarp about 7 minutes ago. On the outside corner, a strike, 1-2.
If it was old Shea Stadium, the outfitters would be out there in their galoshes.
Well, you notice that the grounds crew has not fully vacated their posts. That's a troubling thought.
So you wonder why whenever these teams get into playoffs and get into playoff money, the grounds crew always gets a full share, and they deserve it.
Albert Almora on deck, and then Ben Zobrist for the Cubs in the third. And Hammel taps one to the right side. Loney can't get it. Walker does, and deGrom covers for the 4-1 putout.
Just out of the reach of Loney. Loney showing a little more aggressiveness in the hole. I like that. It's up to deGrom, the pitcher, to get there, and he does. Ball hit to the right side. RJ, what do you do?
Well, beautiful first step for deGrom. He's got good speed also. Makes the play look easy. Was not that easy.
He'll win a Gold Glove someday.
That's right, he will.
Here's Albert Almora batting 9th in the order. 1 for 3 last night. Almora making his 12th start since his call-up. He's 23 years old.
Played a real fine center field last night. Made all the plays. Strong arm.
Almora was a very high draft pick, 6th overall pick. But right now his profile is like he's the Cubs version of Juan Lagares. The outstanding defensive center fielder whom they hope will hit. Chases a slider, and it's 1-2.
Did a bullet in last night's game over Cespedes' head, but can't touch the slider.
Jake is throwing his slider harder these last couple of starts than he had been earlier.
Comes with arm speed. He's throwing the ball 95, 96 now.
And he strikes him out with a high fastball. So deGrom picking up where he left off before the rain delay. That's his 5th strikeout.
Well, the scouting report on these Cubs has been upstairs, and I agree, and deGrom has been exploiting.
Easy to see, hard to hit. 2 out and nobody on. Now Ben Zobrist just struck out his first time up. So 5 Ks through the first time through the batting order for deGrom. And Zobrist takes a strike. Zobrist playing second base tonight after playing right field last night. Time for the Lowe's home field advantage. Jacob deGrom, same 1-loss record home on the road, but has pitched much better at Citi Field than he has away. Zobrist Zobrist takes the changeup away. 2-1.
2 changeups to Zobrist in this at bat.
I think he threw a changeup first time through the batting order. Is that a standard thing that you would do, Ronnie? Save a pitch for the second time or third time through?
I mean, third time through. I would never think about it the second time through, especially if I got through the first 9 with 5 punch outs. I would continue s'il vous plaît. But third time through, I would think about maybe adding that third pitch.
That's our French major.
Certainement.
2-2 coming. Zobrist taps one over the mound. Over comes Cabrera. The running toss to get him. Side retired. 7 in a row set down by DeGrom. No hiccup after the rain delay. 2-0 Mets in the third. Jason Hammel back on the mound after the rain delay. He threw just 18 pitches in the first 2 innings. Now, we never saw him go down to the bullpen to warm up.
But both clubhouses have a cage where a lot of the hitters get loose. Nice play by Tommy Goodwin.
That is a terrific pickup, as good a one as we've seen by a coach this year.
I'm all over Tough. Tough always lets him go or kicks him around.
Didn't he do that when he had a glove on?
Come on. That's hard.
That is really cold.
He's going to hear that one.
Only kidding, Tough.
DeGrom 1 for 20 at the plate this year. Goodwin's giving it to Tough now. I got one. Hammel ahead 0-2, and DeGrom swings over the breaking ball, and that's strike 3. Second strikeout for Hammel, and that's the first out of the home third. Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Coors Light. Team ERA. Cubs lead the major leagues. Nats are second. The Mets are third. It's interesting if you look at the two staffs. The Cubs staff has given up far fewer hits than the Mets staff, and the Mets staff has given up far fewer walks, and both have given up few home runs. In fact, they're tied for the lead going into the night, giving up the fewest home runs. That's changed now with the back-to-back homers by Loney and Cabrera, putting the Mets on top against Hammel in the second.
They've hit their 4th in the National League in home runs, and I asked their booth over there which way the wind's been blowing. I said predominantly in. all the first 2 months of the season.
Maybe that accounts
3
for
months.
pitcher's numbers. Nimmo hits one out to right center, and over comes Almora to get it. 2 out. Well, the Mets have now hit 100 home runs this season after back-to-back shots in the second.
Follow through hit the mask.
Yeah, of the catcher.
That's a home run of Arloni. A fastball about mid-thigh in, inner half. This is belt high in that Cabrera turns on nicely. And there's your difference in your ball game.
2 home runs in a span of 3 pitches.
By the way, our graphic there with the Dodgers 4th in team ERA. In 15 days, they'll be off the list.
Well, with Kershaw out for who knows how long after having an epidural on his back, they are certainly compromised. Neil Walker takes low for ball 1. Jason Hammel, 33 years old. First drafted as a 10th rounder by Tampa Bay. So you got a 10th rounder on the mound for the Cubs and a 9th rounder on the mound for the Mets. 2 awfully good pitchers taken after the elite players had supposedly been gone. See Hammel there signed as a free agent. That was after he was with the Cubs. They traded him to Oakland in a deadline deal in 14. And then he came right back to the Cubs that winter as a free agent.
Right.
He and his wife had loved Chicago so much. They loved the experience, wanted to be back in Chicago, and signed a 2-year $20 million deal covering last year and this year. 2-2 to Walker.
Boy, in fact, I thought Hamel was on the mound. Maybe Dave Freed can help me out with this. Hamel was on the mound when the Kansas City Royals beat the Oakland A's when Lester coughed up that 3-run lead late. Salvador Perez with a big hit past Josh Donaldson when he was an A.
A wild card game 2 years ago. What a crazy game that was.
Wow.
That's what propelled the Royals on the way to their first of back-to-back World Series appearances. Walker 1 for his last 15, but he's been swinging the bat well during this stretch. He's had a couple of these recently where he's had long 0-fers or 1-fers where he's just hitting some hard luck. 3-2 now to Neal.
It's a well-trimmed beard by Mr. Hamel there. Very nice.
It's like Rick Aguilera in his day.
Mets have 6 left-hand hitters in the lineup tonight, which is a good thing against Hamel because he has been just death on right-hand hitters this year. Righties hitting 193 against Hamel. Lefties have a better chance, 250. And both the Met hits, both home runs, both by left-hand hitters. 3-2 coming, and Walker hits one hard, base hit. So a 2-out single for Walker, the Mets' 3rd hit of the night. And that'll get Cespedes to the plate.
Every pitcher, Keith, when you face the Mets lineup, most important hitter in the lineup, Neil Walker. You have to retire him so you don't have to face Cespedes when you have 2 outs.
Look at that pine tar, nice and fresh on the bat. And that was a fastball meant to be down and away, and it was right down the pipe.
How can you tell fresh pine tar from old pine tar?
It was glistening.
Okay.
And it's more, I can't think of the word.
Sticky?
Less sticky.
If it's
newer,
newer,
if you have too much, your hand will slide. That's where the rosin comes in. Rosin makes it where you can grip that bat like I want to grab your throat sometimes, Garrett.
I know you've often had that temptation. Try and restrain yourself. It's a long season in a small booth.
Now that's a book.
Al got a big kick out of that one.
Cespedes grounded out to third base his first time up tonight after his tape measure home run last night.
Boy, that was a bomb. 2-0 fastball, middle end, and he took it for a ride.
curveball from Hamill in for a strike. Well, this was that incredible home run.
This is the big heavy artillery right here. Yeah. There it was a bomb.
Wow. Now he had hit them there before during the home run derby before the All-Star game in 2013, but not in the game.
Game it counts.
Cespedes won that home run derby. It was his introduction to Citi Field. That's a long, long way. So you have to feel just how far recessed that third deck is too.
Exactly.
How far back it is as well as high. Sliced foul, 2-2. Science of Baseball brought to you by Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. More science, less fear. Lately, more of Cespedes' home runs have come on fastballs, but early in the season, a lot off breaking pitches.
Doesn't take long for it to get around the league. If you leave a breaking ball out over the plate on this guy, you're in trouble.
Well, Hamill's best pitch is his slider. And the fastball fouled off.
Well, I'm glad the starters both came out to resume, but you don't usually see that.
I guess only because it was so early in the game and they had thrown so few pitches that both managers felt comfortable doing that. Every team uses a formula based on how many pitches they've thrown, how many innings, how much time the rain delay lasts to try and determine that. 3-2 to Cespedes.
Well, their bullpen at this stage right now has been a little bit tested and a little bit worn out. They had a big
Chicago,
extra inning
right?
game. They had Chicago's had a big extra inning game against the Reds.
It was 15 innings.
And I think that Madden wants to not tax his bullpen further, and I feel Terry feels the same way.
Walker gets set to run. 3-2 to Cespedes, and it was over his head. A curveball that just slipped out of his hand, and Cespedes is on with a walk. So the Mets have 2 men on. First walk given up by Hamill. Now that'll bring up James Loney, who hit a towering home run that hit off the facing of the second deck in the right field corner. His first time up. Loney now with 4 home runs for the Mets in 107 at bats. He had 4 home runs all of last season with Tampa Bay. And you know, when you see Loney hitting for power, and we've seen it a few times, you wonder why over the course of his career he hasn't hit more home runs. He's a big guy who obviously has some power.
Well, we talked about Murphy with Long last year, looking in and trying to pull occasionally. Maybe you got Loney working with Long, also trying to pull occasionally.
So 2 on and 2 out for Loney, who attacked the first pitch his first time up and gets a first pitch fastball out of the strike zone.
It's funny to watch Hamill in the stretch. When he finally comes to the set position, he's almost the Leaning Tower of Pisa, backwards.
You know, what I've seen of Loney so far, Gary, is that he's that's a normal distance away from the plate. But he has a hard time covering the outside part of the plate, and I just think that what we've seen, a lot of people just pitch him away like that. That's a nice pitch from Hamill right there, back to a breaking ball. You know, well, sometimes you just wonder if you get him to move on top of the plate. I've always been a proponent of that, and just like Rizzo, just become a dead pull hitter, because he's a very strong guy. He's 6'4", well over 200 pounds. He's a horse.
And I think when he first came up with the Dodgers, everybody thought he'd be a 25 home run a year guy, and he never was. In fact, he had 15 his first real taste with the Dodgers, and then never hit that many again. Lifetime 280 hitter.
Drives one toward the gap in left center field. That's down for an extra base hit. Walker is in. Cespedes right behind him. Cespedes digs for the plate, and he will score. A 2-run double for James Loney, and the Mets lead it 4-0.
Nicely done. Talking about going the other way. Fastball away, gets too much of the plate. And Loney uses left center field. And Cespedes is this team's best base runner. That's an easy score for Walker. You know it's in the gap. Cespedes on the backside. Look at him cut corners. He knows exactly what to do.
And he saw Almora fall down, and once he saw that, he knew he was going to score easily. Almora barehanding that ball, but stumbling as he did. Now Cabrera takes a fastball high. So Loney with 3 RBIs tonight, a home run and a double. Cabrera has the other one. His 9th home run of the year came right behind Loney's in the second.
Well, they got 4 runs for Mr. DeGrom.
Loney also had 3 RBIs last Friday in Atlanta, so 2 Fridays in a row. He's had a big day.
He has been a nice pickup for this club when it needed one desperately when Duda went down.
Well, with Lucas not coming back anytime soon, Loney is going to get every chance to keep this riding. He's got 13 RBIs now. Cabrera fouls one off, 1-2.
It's always interesting to me, a guy like James Loney, a perennial major league player, dumped down to the minor leagues after hitting what, 280, 285 last year, because he plays a corner position where they demand more power. He's got new life here with the Mets and a second chance.
Well, he's already got 13 extra base hits through 108 at bats.
Well, he led the Mets in everything in June, didn't he?
Do you know, before he came to the Mets this year, the last home run Loney hit as a Tampa Bay Ray was against Jacob deGrom.
Huh.
You called it.
I don't remember that weekend. It went so slowly. It's not very many times you forget to speak English, but I did in a couple of those innings.
Happens to me all the time.
What happened?
I don't know. It's just blacked out.
You were there, Keith.
You were there.
I wasn't paying attention, I guess.
I was counting.
That may be part of the problem.
I was counting on a little more participation from your part.
1-2 coming, and the curveball sits high, and a throw down to second, and Loney gets back in as Contreras.
He loves to throw.
Tried to throw behind a runner last night and threw to an unoccupied base.
And they're trying to get him to take a little bit of a chill pill here and stop him from doing this. He just loves, he's got a good arm. He loves to throw.
Meanwhile, it's the second time this inning that a curveball slipped out of Hamel's hand. Ball 4 to Cespedes, and now that last pitch as well. 28th pitch of the inning coming up, and that's pulled on the ground right at the second baseman. And Zobrist throws out Cabrera to end the inning, but the Mets with a 2-out rally against Hamel in the third. Loney with 2 more RBIs, and the Mets have a 4-0 lead after 3. their annual summer food drive July 7th through the 9th, benefiting the River Fund New York. Volunteers will be collecting non-perishable items outside the Jackie Robinson Rotunda and other select gates. Fans donating at least 10 non-perishable items will receive a voucher good for 2 tickets to select Mets games in 2016. For more information, visit Mets.com/food drive. Jason Hayward leading off in the 4th. Jacob deGrom's take to a 4-0 lead. So let's see. The Mets have already scored more runs for deGrom tonight than they scored in his last 5 starts combined. To Hayward. So you get that kind of a lead when you haven't won a game in 2 months. Does it go through your mind, hey, I have to make this stand up?
No, I mean you can think those kind of things, but this is a dangerous ball club. So if you start thinking those thoughts, you're only putting yourself in harm's way. You just have to go from pitch to pitch, hitter to hitter. They can hit a ground ball for a hit, a bloop, and a bomb, and the next thing you know, that lead is gone. So he's doing exactly what he should be doing in the moment, hitter to hitter.
Let me ask you this: having sat out the rain delay for 1 hour and 8 minutes, and coming back, he had a very effective 3rd inning, and now starting the 4th. As Hayward foul tips it, it's held by d'Arnaud for strike 3. 6 strikeouts for deGrom. Does that factor at all into how he's used for the remainder of the night? In other words, does the rain delay change how many pitches he's allowed to throw, how much stress he's allowed to get through before they have to pull the plug?
I think you're still between 100 and 110, but even more importantly for Terry Collins and Dan Warthen, it's the eyeball test. I mean, the way he's throwing right now, I mean, this is the best he's thrown all year. So you want to put your eyeballs on him, make sure you're watching if he's having any difficulties at all. If he's not, you let him roll it out there as long as he can.
Chris Bryant's been the lone base runner tonight for the Cubs. He walked and stole a base in the 1st inning. Since then, deGrom's retired 8 in a row and struck out 5 of the 8, bridging the rain delay. Slider, 2-1.
He kind of rushed that slider a little bit in his motion.
He always slows his motion down just a tad before he releases. He quickens his motion, slows his arm down to make sure he's not out in front too much. But they can't seem to pick it up because it's like a whip.
That's drilled to deep left field. Forget that. That's way out of here. Bryant is homered again. Into the 2nd deck. The 2nd in 2 nights for Bryant, is 23rd of the year to get the Cubs on the board. First hit of the night for Chicago, and it's a long ball from Bryant. He's been making a habit of that.
Well, that's what I was saying, Keith, about this lineup. It's just you can't let up at all. Too good, top to bottom.
Number 23 wants it away. Inner half, belt high, mistake.
Right about where Matz left it last night.
He's got an extremely short swing for such a tall, long player.
No, hardly any stride.
Like McGuire?
Well, he's right there. Look how his stride is. He's striding towards with his foot pointing down parallel to the first base line and doesn't bring it around. It lifts it up. So you would think he would lose his hip rotation.
There's Rizzo, who struck out his first time. And DeGrom ahead of him 0-2. Only the 7th home run DeGrom has allowed in 83 innings this year. That's lifted to center, easy for Cespedes. Can't corner. 2 out.
Nicely called here.
Well, the Cubs have now hit 105 home runs this year. Bryant and Rizzo have done the major damage.
Let's see there, a little muggy. Rain's moved out. We're up here very cool, calm, and collected. They're down there putting all the effort out.
'Twas ever thus. Wilson Contreras takes a curveball for a strike. Contreras hit one sharply up the middle. Walker made a nice backhand play and threw him out first time up. Walker stationed up the middle again. Ball and a strike.
Pretty much straight away. A little bit of a pull up the middle with Walker at second base.
Oh, that's a strike.
It's like, get down there and take a good hard look at that, Mr. Nelson.
Jeff Nelson, the home plate umpire, with a pitcher's name, what a hitter's call.
That's right.
Jeff Nelson, who had that frisbee slider who pitched for the Yankees.
Setup man. Started with the Mariners, right? Yes. Came over to the Yankees.
DeGrom behind 3-1. And Contreras pounds one into the ground, 3-2.
Jeff Nelson happens to be one of my neighbors down in the Palm Beach area down there in Juneau.
The pitcher.
Yep.
Not the umpire.
Not the umpire. Pitcher.
I'm surprised you hanging out with pitchers.
I always like pitchers.
You always hang out with pitchers.
3-2. Got him looking. Contreras called out on the fastball. 7 strikeouts for DeGrom. Chris Bryant gets the Cubs on the board, but the Mets up 4-1 in the 4th. Kelly Johnson leads off in the home 4th inning. Kelly struck out his first time up. Flores and d'Arnaud to follow against Jason Hammel in the 4th. Kelly Johnson filling in left field tonight, so we figured, well, let's check in on Michael Conforto, see how he's done since he was sent down to AAA. Hitting a little over 300, 5 for 16 with a home run.
Just a little teaspoon of activity there. He will be back.
Let me ask you, how long do you think, if he has good results in Vegas, how long should it take for him to feel confident enough to get his swing back, to get a little better view of the strike zone and get back to the big leagues?
Well, one thing's for certain. If he say he's just a September call-up, and he wears it out, and say Nimmo comes in and you can't get him out of the lineup. That is a possibility. Okay. They're both left-hand hitters. It will not hurt Conforto to continue in AAA. When I got sent down in '75, I didn't get called back up until I was a September 1st call-up. And I hit .330 for 4 months in AAA.
But is it different for a guy who enjoyed as much success, strike three call to Johnson? He struck out for the second time. Is it different for a guy who had enjoyed such a level of success last year and through the postseason and again in April this year?
It does, absolutely. But, and I happen to like Nimmo in the leadoff role. If Nemo, geez, I'll get it right. Third time's a charm. Nimmo performs and plays well, it's going to be hard to get him out of the lineup. I don't think that Conforto, if he goes down and hits the ball well, is going to be a September 1st call-up. I think he'll be back. I mean, he's got too much talent and pop. But it's going to ultimately be the need for the team and where the team's at.
Well, I think the team needs Michael Conforto being Michael Conforto.
Well, I think that's the key, is that if the team continues to struggle offensively, they're having a nice night tonight, and Conforto hits well in AAA, I think he'll start the second half with the Mets.
So you're saying 2 weeks and he's back.
Even if Lagares comes back, you have the luxury, you can platoon Nemo and Lagares, or you can platoon Lagares and Conforto. You got that mix
like they did at the end of last year.
It's a nice 3 outfielders you got there.
Well, the X factor, of course, is the condition of Curtis Granderson's calf. You know, he's been out a few days now. They're going to reevaluate it tomorrow, but you never know with calves, and it could end up being a more extensive injury. Well, certainly the Mets are hoping not. That's outside ball 4 to Flores. Second walk given up by Hamill, and the Mets have a 1-out base runner.
Interesting choice there by Hamill. 3-1 breaking ball to Flores. Remember, a lot of the success last year was Lagares in the lineup against left-handed hitters. Cespedes moved over to the left, Conforto on the bench. Maybe that's something you have to retry.
Well, Terry Collins made it clear that Lagares may be back tomorrow, but absolutely will be back Sunday when the Mets face a left-hander. John Lester goes Sunday for the Cubs. d'Arnaud grounded out to short his first time up. DeGrom has thrived since the rain delay. A little more of a struggle for Hamill. Gave up the 2-run double to Loney in the third. Now a 1-out walk to Flores here in the fourth. d'Arnaud fouls off the fastball. 0-2.
Kind of makes sense, doesn't it, that the young buck is a little easier than the older guy sometimes to get it going again. Guy with a lot of innings, a lot of time in the major leagues.
Jason Hamill, 33 years old. Another guy who played for Joe Madden at Tampa Bay and is now back with him with the Cubs. That one went in the stands quickly, and d'Arnaud showing some concern. See players cringe when they do that. That hard foul ball that gets into the stands quickly. Flores at first and 1-out. DeGrom the on deck batter. Up and away. Binghamton is playing a doubleheader tonight. Reyes and Lagares were both in the lineup for game 1. Lagares went 2 for 4 and Reyes went 1 for 4. Based on that, you'd have to be surprised if Lagares is not here tomorrow. And then the question becomes, does Nimmo get to stick around if Lagares gets activated, or do the Mets make a move with De Aza?
De Aza is owed some cash, right?
Making over $6 million this year. Mets have had bad luck signing those extra outfielders, right? Chris Young a couple of years ago, and then Mayberry last year.
Breaking ball hit toward the hole, base hit.
Just past Baez. Flores pulls in at second, and the Mets have 2 men on.
Breaking ball here, one too many. Pulls. It was good, not a bad location, not out enough, and just out of the reach of Baez, under his glove.
You know, often Hamill has an unhittable slider, but it seems as though he has not had his A slider tonight.
It's a roller tonight.
Now we'll see what the Mets do with DeGrom.
Got so many good hitting pitchers on this team. You, almost as a manager, you want to let your pitcher take a one strike swing.
And he's ready to swing and takes a strike.
Here's the base hit. The slider did not. It's down, but it's too much middle. Too much middle, and you can see out in front pulling. If he gets that ball in the outside corner, Ronnie, it's an OUT.
Remember Darno with that wrap, much easier for him to get to the breaking ball.
No hint of a bunt there. 1-1.
I always think of DeGrom, my estimation, the best bunter of all the pitchers on the team.
Rizzo has moved back at first base. He was playing in on the grass, and now he's seen enough of DeGrom not trying to swing and playing a little bit. He's moving in a little bit now.
Rizzo just walked around Darno, the runner at first.
And here comes the bunt.
Now he's charging as DeGrom gets it down. Perfect bunt. Hamill will have to hurry, and he throws wide, but staying on the bag is Zobrist, and they get the out. A little confusion there, and it almost cost the Cubs. Sacrifice for DeGrom goes 1-4.
Well, Rizzo just didn't get out of the way of his pitcher, and Hamill had to negotiate throwing over the body of the crouching, very large Rizzo. And
did Zobrist stay on the bag?
I think so.
Yeah, he kept that 1 foot on as he caught the ball.
Yes.
Got it.
He's an old pro.
Nicely done.
Yeah, I've been shocked.
And at the same time was able to get out of the way of DeGrom, who was coming charging.
And textbook by DeGrom.
And here's Nimmo again with a chance to break this game open.
Second and third, 2 out. Nimmo's 0 for 2, twice his fly to center. And he takes low and in. As Contreras stopped that awkwardly, 1-0.
Showing a good eye right there, not over anxious. But the veteran Walker behind them, if you're a pitcher, you're going to go after the rookie.
Nimmo 5 for 22 to start his big league career. Had his first big league RBI last night.
It's funny though, with pitchers, you're taught young guys up in key situations, you want to throw them a lot of breaking balls. I think they'll chase more often than not.
And Nimmo cracks one deep right center field. Looking up Hayward. It's out of here. Brandon Nimmo's first major league home run. It's a 3-run shot. Nimmo hits one to Wyoming, and it's 7-1 New York.
Keith, you were right. With Walker on deck, he challenged him with the fastball.
Wanted to come in, ball bled out over the middle. And Nimmo has got a nice compact swing working.
He's got a little Hunter Pence in him, doesn't he?
He does. Good call.
Fans want a curtain call.
Oh, okay.
He obliges. Timing was a little off. He took his curtain call as Walker was waiting for the pitch.
He's still working on stuff like that.
He is so enthusiastic, though.
And here it is, folks. Catcher set up in. He's got a nice little stroke. He is really shortened up. And it just goes to show you kids out there, you don't need to take a big old swing out of your shoes.
Walker drives one toward right, and Hayward gets over for that one. And that's the third out. Brandon Nimmo has provided the Mets with quite an uplift over the last couple of nights. He was right in the middle of the winning rally last night, and now his first major league home run, and he hit it with authority. And he knew how to respond to the fans. 7-1 Mets after 4. Dealers who invite you to test drive a new Ford, you'll discover why Ford is the total package. Now, Brandon Nimmo hasn't stopped smiling yet. Last night his first major league RBI. Today his first big league home run. 438 feet worth of 3-run homer. Now it's 7-1 as DeGrom faces Javier Baez leading off the 5th. So the Mets basically picking up where they left off against the Cubs last October. They bludgeoned Jason Hammel in the 4th game of that series, and they're doing it again tonight.
A little home cooking for the Mets.
DeGrom has struck out 7 already tonight. There's a strike to Baez, 2-1. Baez a strikeout victim his first time up. Addison Russell on deck, and then the pitcher's spot.
Nice shot there.
Come out on the Shea Bridge. Here's a strike on the corner. 2-2. Well, DeGrom threw 8 scoreless against the Braves in his last start. Gave up the home run to Chris Bryant last inning, but that's the only hit he's allowed tonight. 2-2 to Baez. Just got a piece. Two coming. Half swing. No swing. As Diaz gives him a pass. 3-2.
Did you see Diaz?
Very animated.
He pointed to the first base umpire. He didn't want the home plate umpire to call it on him.
Very animated.
I thought he went.
By the way, it's not up to Baez to point.
See? He just did.
Miguel Cabrera does that a lot for the Tigers.
Flores waits on it. Throws hard. Gets Baez. 1 out. Let's go back to Brandon Nimmo's first big league home run.
Fastball bleeds out over the middle, right into his wheelhouse.
Went to the Cubs bullpen. Security guard.
The security guard said, "Yeah, I know."
You can bring it over to the Mets bullpen over the wall, and Ricky Bones takes possession. Very nice.
Good hustle by the security guy. It's my man.
Here's Addison Russell, and he takes a strike.
That was a typical New York scene. Chicago Cubs reliever saying, hey, bring it over to the Mets. I know, forget about it. I got it.
It's all under control. Well, Jason Hammel is out on deck to bat for himself. It's a 7-1 game, and I think that takes the mode of Joe Madden, who just wants to save his bullpen. Good changeup by DeGrom, and he gets ahead on Russell 1-2. That's Jacobs' least utilized pitch, but it's a nice fourth weapon for him. 1-2 coming. Ground ball for Walker. 2 out. So Hammel will come up with 2 out and nobody on. Let's go inside baseball with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Gary, last night the San Francisco Giants did something that no team has intentionally done in 40 years. They were playing in Oakland, and Bruce Bochy decided to forego the DH, and he used Madison Bumgarner to hit, and Bumgarner rewarded him, as these moves tend to work out for Bruce Bochy. He hit a 3rd inning double that sparked a 6-run rally. The Giants ended up winning the game. The last time that a manager chose to do this was 1976. The pitcher that hit was the White Sox Ken Brett, who is the brother of George Brett. But it's been all that time since it happened intentionally again.
Happened mistakenly for Joe Madden. He had Andy Sonnenstein, a pitcher, in the lineup mistakenly. Nimmo with a diving grab
to retire Hammel and end the inning. Have yourself a night, Brandon.
Nimmo with the bat. Nimmo with the glove. He's making his mark.
Yeah.
It's got the hair just about right.
Yeah, but he's like 5'8".
It's cruising.
Fifth inning recap brought to you by Ford. Brandon Nimmo, 3-run homer, his first in the big leagues. Jacob deGrom has done the rest. Mets lead 7-1. It's now an official game. Game that featured an hour and 8-minute rain delay. Yoenis Cespedes leads off in the home fifth. Jason Hammel still out there chucking, having given up 7 runs, including 3 home runs over the first 4 innings. So let's see. His last 5 1/3 innings against the Mets going back to last October. Hammel has allowed 12 runs and 5 home runs.
You know, to start the year, he was 7-1 with a 2.14. But before this game, he had been 0-3 in his last 4 starts. So things not as easy as they were earlier in the year for Jason.
Move Cespedes back.
So things aren't so cheery for the Cubs, who have just had it their way pretty much this entire season.
Well, all they have to do is look at the standings and they can still be cheered. 11 games in front starting the night. But these games are just so vital for the Mets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to avoid falling too far behind the Nats after getting swept in Washington, to pull one out last night and then have the carryover. You don't always get that.
Yeah.
And from the Cespedes home run on last night, the Mets just seemed to have a little more life to their offense.
That's cracked to deep left field, and that's gone. Cespedes hits another one. Number 20 for Yoenis Cespedes, and it's 8-1 New York.
Well, this is going to put a serious hurt on Hammel's ERA. It's going to go over 3 now.
The Mets' 4th home run of the night. An absolute bullet by Cespedes to the back of the lower deck.
Fastball right down Broadway, and the home runs, the 4 home runs that Hammel has given up have all been fastballs, Ron, and wanting to come in and missing out over the plate.
Good hitters are very interesting. Remember the fastball in this at bat that came in and brushed Cespedes off the plate? Well, he was ready for the next one that Hammel tried to get in there, although he didn't get it there.
Very little stride. Yeah, he's strong. Love that follow through.
Now Loney hits one hard foul. James Loney already with a home run and a double tonight. He's driven in 3.
Back foot of Cespedes was off the ground on that home run. That was interesting to watch.
Didn't cost him any power.
No.
Imagine how long he must be off the tee.
Yeah. I got to play with him one of these days. I got to watch that act.
That's lined over short, a base hit for Loney, his 3rd hit of the night.
Loney just keeps on raking. Home run, double, and now a single.
And using left center field. And how much longer is Madden going to stay with Hammel?
Well, they've got some warm-up action going now in the Cubs bullpen after he allowed Hammel to bat in the last half inning. Spencer Patton is up.
So I think he would like him to finish this inning, get through 5.
There's Asdrubal Cabrera, who homered back in the 2nd inning. That's offensive night. Began with back-to-back home runs from Loney and Cabrera in the 2nd. Loney doubled home 2 runs in the 3rd. Nimmo hit a 3-run homer in the 4th, and now Cespedes is homered in the 5th. Mets have scored in 4 straight innings. It's funny how baseball works, right? The Mets had a 23-inning stretch where they didn't score a run. And then they extended that to 28 out of 29 innings they didn't score a run. Now they've scored in 6 of their last 8 innings.
Playing the best team in the National League.
With the best pitcher.
With the best ERA. And it's very crazy game.
Before you get too crazy, though, they've got a couple of guys that can throw this weekend that can put a little damper on it.
It'll be Jake Arrieta tomorrow and John Lester on Sunday. Two all-star worthy pitchers. Hamill really struggling behind Cabrera, now 3-0. And his dribble takes a strike.
I believe Joe Maddon's on the top step of that bench right now. If he loses this guy via a base hit or a walk, it's going to be sayonara, Mr. Hamels.
Tostarino?
Post toasty.
In the air, right field. Back goes Hayward to the warning track. Back at the wall. It's out of here. Into the Coca-Cola corner. Cabrera's second of the night. The Mets' 5th home run against Jason Hammel, and it's 10-1 New York.
Wow.
A long ball barrage tonight for the New York Mets.
Well, well, well. This is what the Mets lived on. And you got to smile on that, I guess. Not my day.
Smile or cry. Opted for the smile.
First 2 home run game for Cabrera since 2013. And he knocks Hammel out of the box. Rough night at the office for Hammel. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. We'll be right back. Spencer Patton on in relief for Chicago, facing Kelly Johnson. He gets the slider in for a strike.
We told you earlier in the series about that game that Joe Maddon managed where he had 3 of his pitchers playing left field. Patton was one of them, and he earned the win in that ball game on Tuesday night.
Had some time with the Texas Rangers the last 2 years. Now his 6th outing for the Cubs.
Second stint with them. Fastball, slider, change.
Well, Jason Hammel had never given up more than 8 runs in a major league game. He gets tagged for 10 earned runs tonight, over 4 innings plus. That'll explode your ERA. Goes up from 2.58 to 3.45. Knocks him right out of the top 10 in the league.
Well, it's one of those situations where the manager was hoping to get 5 out of him after he fell behind
Mets with 5 home runs tonight, 1 shy of their season high. They hit 6 in a game in Philly back in April.
Lucky he's in the right town. The city never sleeps.
Johnson struck out twice against Hamel. Loney, Cabrera, Nimmo, Cespedes, and Cabrera again. 4th time in his career as Dribbles hit 2 home runs in a game, and his first in 3 years. Below the knees, full count to Johnson. Spencer Patton out of Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville.
It's a long name.
Not to be confused with the one in Carbondale.
Carbondale. What's the one that Clyde went to?
It's Carbon.
Yeah.
Outside ball 4, and Johnson's on with a walk. He was born in Urbana, Illinois, which is where the University of Illinois is.
Yes. The Fighting Illini.
So he's a, he's a college town kind of guy. Here's Wilmer Flores, who's flied out and walked 0 for 1. Sunday on Mets Insider, the teams you love to beat, the players you love to hate. Get a look at the Mets' biggest rivalries, past and present, on Mets Insider, presented by WB Mason. Sunday at 4:30, only on SNY. I believe that somewhere in that Mets Insider episode, the 2-word phrase "pond scum" will come up.
Oh, that was silly.
That's how the Mets were referred to in St. Louis back in the 80s.
That was started by a group of ding dong DJs that started that.
Ding dong DJ.
Yes.
Very nice.
And I do remember we had a series prior. The big series was when Darryl hit the home run. Cardinals had came to St. Louis to play us, big series. Some Met fans called and woke up the Cardinals at 4 in the morning.
Oh.
So me, like a stupid veteran, I didn't put in a hold on my phone in my hotel. Sure enough.
Lomer cracks one deep down the line. Just foul.
Sure enough, I got a call at 4:30 in the morning. Someone screaming at me, so I hung up.
Did they call you pond scum?
No, I forget. It's not important. I called the operator and said, "Could you put a hold on my calls until I wake up? I will call you." I said, "Yes, sir." So I had to put a hold on my phone the rest of the series.
Slowly hit down to third, a foul ball. Let me ask you this: how much do you think that you had something to do with the fans in St. Louis being so adamant in their hatred of the Mets? Just the fact that you had been a Cardinal and became a Met.
Well, what transpired too, absolutely. I mean, there was Whitey took a lot of heat with the trade, and then the PR department, it was a gift from the gods, plus we were good. It was a great rivalry. I mean, you think about it, it was 84 it was us with the Cubs. Then 85 we battled down at the end of the Cardinals. 86 we tear it up. 87 they go. We fight them to the end. And then 88 we win again. But the 2 years the Cardinals were never close to us. Ronnie, when we won big.
Yeah. Flores hits one out to right, and Hayward is there. And that is the first out of the inning.
The thing I always found funny about it, though, being from the East Coast and living in New York, if you don't like someone, you have a name for them. They're so polite in St. Louis that pond scum was the worst they could come up with.
I thought it was great. I mean, it was so inspired because it was pond scum is. I mean, it's mucky and disgusting, but you can say it on the radio.
Yeah, and they captured our team perfectly.
All of a sudden, it's raining again. This is now an official game, with the home team leading after 4.5. Travis d'Arnaud is 1 for 2. Johnson at first and 1 out. By the way, we've gotten a lot of emails and texts over the last few minutes about our camera that shoots us in the booth and the fact that it's in black and white. I believe that is our production truck trying to demonstrate what dinosaurs we are, that we belong in the black and white era.
We have a producer that thinks he's Elia Kazan.
Oh, see, now they went back to color.
See, I like the black and white because it's the only time they capture my color correctly in the booth. I'm always the person that's dark in here. Beautiful. There we go.
I noticed it.
This is your Casablanca moment, Keith.
Elsa, he mentioned Elia Kazan. He was going for On the Waterfront.
Oh, yes.
Does that make you Lee J. Cobb or Marlon Brando?
Johnny Friendly? I don't want my Johnny Friendly.
Here's DeGrom, who's now 9 runs to the good in this game. Hasn't won since April 30th. He is well on his way tonight. So for anybody who thought it was an inadvertent mistake, it was just our truck being themselves.
Creative.
Well, the Mets have had themselves a field day tonight. 5 home runs. Cespedes his 20th of the year. Cabrera his 2nd of the night. 5 in the books in Citi Field, and the Mets having a blast, 10-1. Must feel like a dream for Jacob deGrom after the Mets scored a total of 3 runs in his last 5 starts. They put up 10 tonight. Shot up the middle by Albert Almora goes into center field for a leadoff hit in the 6th inning. deGrom has fanned 7 over the first 5 innings, and there's been a pattern to it.
Well, pattern to it, but I think the key is that his fastball velocity is up. When it's up, he's able to go upstairs against hitters. But the key is you have to get ahead first. He has, and then he's put him away with that high heater. 96 miles an hour, I believe, is the high so far tonight.
Well, when you think about his season as a whole, as you see the rain coming down, deGrom's average fastball velocity this year has been 93. So it gives you an idea with him throwing, 94 to 96 tonight, just where he is on the spectrum. Matt Caesar's going to bat for Ben Zobrist. Zobrist, who plays every day, will get the rest of the night off in a lopsided game. And Caesar lines one into left field, and the Cubs have back-to-back hits to start the 6th inning.
New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Citi, preferred card of the New York Mets. By Acura, precision crafted performance. And by the State Farm agent of the game, John Garfinkel of Brooklyn. Contact John at johngarfinkel.com. Well, we're going to have our second rain delay of the night after back-to-back hits for the Cubs to start the 6th inning. Rain falling, and the radar says there's some very heavy stuff just to the west. So this is probably the end of the line for Jacob deGrom tonight. After 5 innings plus, it would certainly be unlikely he'd come back from a second rain delay. And he is not happy about that, even with the huge lead.
Well, it wears on you mentally when you have to go through these stops and starts, and he wanted to roll out a deep start, but now he'll pack it in.
Well, I'm sure in the back of the mind of Joe Madden, you look at Terry Collins, his counterpart, it's like, my bullpen's been taxed. I wouldn't mind this game getting washed out, and I can save my bullpen.
Him or you?
Well, I have no comment.
So the Mets with a big lead. It is an official game, so if we can't resume, it would be a rain-shortened victory for the Mets. And we'll see how long the umpires are inclined to wait. Certainly less so in a lopsided game than in a close one, but we'll see. While we wait here for the game to resume, we're going to take you to Mets yearbook from that glorious year of 1969. See you later.
Just in time, because Jerry Blevins is getting set to restart this game in the top of the 6th. Mets leading 10-1, facing Jason Hayward with 2 men on, and Blevins' first pitch is in for a strike.
Well, Blevins got a big out in last night's game. Came in for Addison Reed with a couple on and got Hayward on a comebacker.
40 minutes for the technically 3rd rain delay of the night. 12 minutes at the start, an hour and 8 minutes after the 2nd inning, and now 40 minutes in the 6th inning.
Where's Ernie Banks?
Let's play 2.
Well, it seems like we already have. Hayward is 0 for 2 tonight. Blevins got him out on a broken bat grounder in a big spot in the 8th inning last night. And this one driven to center field. Cespedes chasing back, sloshes his way to the ball and makes the catch. And tagging and go to 3rd is Almora. So Hayward hit that ball hard, but Blevins has the first out of the inning. Blevins taking over for Jacob deGrom, who went 5 innings plus, stayed through the hour and 8 minute rain delay, but the 40-minute delay here in the 6th knocks him out of the game. So deGrom allowed 3 hits, 1 run so far, walked 1, struck out 7, and is in line for his first win in better than 2 months. April 30th, the last time he won a game.
He's due.
Here's Chris Bryant, who's accounted for the only Cubs run tonight with his 2nd home run of the series. A shot into the seats in left field in the 4th, his 23rd of the year. Almora at 3rd and Caesar at 1st with 1 out. And Bryant takes the fastball high. Meanwhile, they're going to the 14th inning in Washington. It is a day of long games.
Right.
The Nats and the Reds tied 2-2 going to the 13th. Earlier today, a 19-inning game in Toronto that the Indians won, their 14th straight win. And how about this? The Marlins fortified their bullpen by bringing in Fernando Rodney. He showed up today, pitched a hitless 8th, and A.J. Ramos, the closer, who hadn't blown a save in 33 tries, blew a save. Tyler Flowers tied it up for the Braves, and that game's in the bottom of the 10th. Blevins behind Bryant 2-0, and he fouls back the fastball. Remember last year when the Nats brought in Papelbon, and it just seemed to make their bullpen worse rather than better?
Yeah. Changed everybody's role. Made Drew Storen angry because he no longer was the closer.
Well, that team was kind of for me when they got Papelbon was just the final nail in that dysfunctional family over there.
I just think it's a strange coincidence that Ramos fails the first day that Rodney arrives. In for a strike, 2-2.
Their Uncle Fester moment, is that what you're saying?
Uncle Ernie.
Cousin Kevin. Hansel Robles up in the Mets bullpen. I think when we had this last rain delay that both managers would have been thrilled if the game had been called right there. Joe Madden doesn't want to spend any more of his bullpen. The Mets have a huge lead. They would have been content to sit with the win, but it was not to be. In there, strike 3 call. Blevins using enough of the fastballs, gets Bryant looking for the 2nd out.
Have to be caught guessing there maybe for the young Bryant.
Yes, sir.
So Blevins has retired his first 2 hitters. Now we'll take on Anthony Rizzo, who has struck out and flied out tonight, 0 for 2. Trevor Cahill up in the Cubs bullpen. Rizzo 0 for 3 in his career against Blevins, who's trying to keep deGrom's runners from scoring. And Rizzo takes a fastball for a strike. Jerry Blevins pitching for the 3rd time in the last 4 days. Faced just the 1 batter last night. And Rizzo gets tied up, and that's a strike. Nothing but fastballs.
You know, it's what he did to Hayward last night, all fastballs.
He also threw a fastball to Bryce Harper, and
He launched it on him. Big choke up at the bat here.
And the curveball rolled slowly down to Loney. He forgot how many out there were and now gets the play at first base. And Loney says, my bad, I forgot there were 2 out. He looked at second, but he gets the out at first as Blevins gets over to cover, and that retires the side. Close play, but Blevins beats Rizzo to the bag by an eyelash. 10-1 Mets in the 6th. One lead after a multitude of rain delays. Javier Baez moves from third base to second base. Chris Bryant moves from left field to third. Matt Caesar, who pinch hit, stays in the game in left field, not pictured. And that's Trevor Cahill, who's now pitching for the Cubs.
Well, he's got 66 wins in his career when he was mostly a starter when he was with the Oakland A's, but now has been jumping around from team to team. And reliever here for the Cubs, pitching last night's game. Jeff Nelson, the home plate umpire, a little issue with the scorecard. Gonna go see Joe Madden.
Well, Caesar batted for Zobrist, who came out of the game. So Caesar's in left, and everybody else just shuffles around. Baez to second, Bryant to third, Cahill pitching. Cahill has to stay in the 9-hole because nobody else came out of the game.
Well, there you have it.
The 8-hole, excuse me, because that's where the Cubs hit their pitcher.
That's right.
And now Jeff Nelson back to home plate, has everything tidy on his lineup card. And Trevor Cahill's first man will be Brandon Nimmo, who has the signature moment in this game. His first major league home run, a 3-run shot in the 4th inning.
That was the big blast that broke the game open. 4-1 ball game became a 7-1 ball game.
Nimmo hit it 438 feet. One of 5 home runs the Mets have hit tonight. The first time the Mets have ever hit 5 home runs in a game at Citi Field. In fact, the last time the Mets hit 5 home runs in a game at home was in 2000 at Shea Stadium, 16 years ago.
Well, here's the 3-run shot. Catcher sets up in, bleeds out over the middle, inner half, down, and that's a bomb. Well done.
I mean, I know that was a bomb, but 3 feet shorter than Cespedes' last night.
Well, I think they readjusted Cespedes to 466.
Yeah, that makes sense.
By the way, if Cespedes were to hit one where he hit one last night, now after all these rain delays, there's nobody there to catch it. Cespedes up third in the inning. He's already got another home run tonight. 3-1 to Nimmo, and he hits a shot up the middle of base hit. And Nimmo has found his groove. Second hit of the night.
He has really compacted his swing a little more compact. Like what I'm seeing. Beautiful. Nothing wrong with that.
So the Mets have their 10th hit of the night, and now Neil Walker, who's 1 for 3. Last time the Mets hit 5 home runs in a game at home, June 26, 2000 against the Marlins. That night, Benny Agbayani hit 2. Mark Johnson, Ivy Leaguer.
Yeah, that's Dartmouth.
Hit 1. Jay Payton and Melvin Mora shortly before Mora was traded to the Orioles for Mike Bordick. Remember, Ray Ordonez got hurt and the Mets needed a shortstop, so they traded Mora, which turned out to be a long-term not the best thing to do. Mora went on to have a tremendous career.
Yes, he did.
Rizzo at first base, playing way behind Nimmo at first base. 10-1. That is a big enough lead.
Yeah.
Where you do not steal and rub it in.
Off-speed pitch from Cahill, 1-2. Now, as a kid who's been in the big leagues for less than a week, does Nimmo know that, or does he need to be told that?
I would not know. I would hope that he would know that, but I'm sure that he's got a hold on, either from the skipper or Tim Tuffle.
They play the same kind of games down in the minor leagues where one team gets way out on another.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think it would hurt for Tom Goodwin to say, hey, great game tonight, young man. Base to base, we're going here.
Yeah, just stay here. You don't want to invite anybody getting hit, or your teammates, or there's always a game tomorrow and you may get drilled. So just stay where you are.
Walker strikes out on the fastball, and that's the first out of the inning. Well, game 3 of the series tomorrow night is on Fox. The final game of the series back on SNY Sunday afternoon. Marquee pitching matchup. Noah Syndergaard against John Lester. Our coverage begins Sunday afternoon at 12:30 right here on SNY. There are the City Probables. Tomorrow night it's Bartolo Colon, has been pitching brilliantly against Jake Arrieta, who has hit a couple of bobbles 2 of his last 3 starts after being unbeatable for the better part of a year, other than when it really mattered.
Murph got him.
Here's Cespedes, and he takes the curveball down for ball 1. Cespedes drilled one to the back of the lower deck in left field in the 5th inning. His 20th home run of the year. And Cahill gets the fastball over 1-1. Jason Hammel took it on the chin for the Cubs tonight. Hammel, who got routed in game 4 of the league championship series last year, tonight gave up 5 home runs, charged with a career high 10 runs and 9 hits over 4 innings plus. A little nubber.
Yes, he got it.
And Contreras throws out Cespedes, who had to stop to avoid interfering with Contreras. And that's the second out.
Contreras is very, very athletic. He is quick for a catcher.
Home plate umpire gave the safe sign as if to say no interference against Cespedes. But he had no choice but to stop, otherwise he would have been called out anyway.
Very, very rarely do you see catcher beat the hitter out of the box.
Really?
So 2 out, Nimmo at second. Here's Loney, who's had a huge night. Loney, a home run, a double, and a single. And, well, he has a triple this year. He hit one in Atlanta, or against the Braves here a week and a half ago. Last Met to hit for the cycle, Scott Hairston.
Oh, that's right.
Colorado.
Mets lost,
in a game the Mets lost by 9 runs.
Oh, gee.
It was 18-9. That was back in 2012. You see the game in Washington in the bottom of the 14th. Let's dribble down to first. Easy play for Rizzo. And that retires the side. So Loney's retired for the first time tonight. We've gotten through 6 at Citi Field. 10-1 New York. It's time for the Verizon trivia question. Took us 3 rain delays to get there. Who's the only pitcher with more than 200 wins as a Cub?
Oh.
Now there's one that would be obvious, but I don't know if he won 200 as a Cub.
Like Fergie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could it be anybody else?
It can't be Maddox. He wasn't there long enough.
Could be somebody. Could be somebody. You know, in the early 1900s.
Long time ago. Like Three Fingers Brown.
Mordecai Brown. Yeah. Hansel Robles on to pitch the 7th inning.
Well, I think Robles, because of the game that you're playing here with a 9-run lead, he'll get an inning of work, and you might see the youngster Seth Lugo in this game at some point.
Oh, you bet it. Bet the house on it.
Robles had a rough outing his last time out in Washington 3 nights ago. He starts off Wilson Contreras with a slider, 0-1. Robles had been such a nice hot streak, bailing the Mets out in long situations a couple of times. Jerry Blevins faced 3 batters, retired them all after Jacob deGrom left after the most recent rain delay. 5 innings plus for deGrom, and he qualified for the win. 1-2 to Contreras. Javier Baez on deck, and then Addison Russell. If the Cubs lose this game, they'll lose a game in the standings. The Cardinals beat the Brewers tonight 7-1 behind Jaime Garcia. Cubs started the night with an 11-game lead over the Cardinals. Well, the Nationals on a Ben Revere double with 2 out in the bottom of the 14th. Defeat the Reds 3-2.
Mets got Ben Revere hot, didn't they?
Yes, they did. A 4-hit, 3 stolen base game against Syndergaard. So a Mets win would keep them right where they are, 6 games behind. The Marlins started the night a half game behind the Mets. They are 5-5 with the Braves in the 11th. Is every game going to go extra innings tonight? Or be rain delayed? Hit over the bag. That's a fair ball going down the line for Contreras. Nimmo gets to it. Contreras digs for second and makes it safely. A leadoff double for Wilson Contreras.
Nice hitting by Contreras.
I'll say.
Let's check in with Steve Gelbs. His report tonight is brought to you by Sleepy. Steve?
You know, Gary, Hansel Robles has been on the Mets for 2 years now, and there's really not that much information about him. But the story of how he got signed by the Mets is actually a really interesting one. In 2008, when Robles was in the Dominican Republic still, he did not have a lot of money, did not come from a family with a lot of money. And he had heard about a baseball camp that he wanted to go to about 75 miles from his home. It would have cost 100 pesos to pay for the transportation to get him there. That's about the equivalent of $2.50, but he could not afford it, so he couldn't go to the camp. Eventually, a friend actually lent him that money. He got to the city where the camp was being held, and just by coincidence, the Mets were holding a tryout in that same city. He said, what the heck, showed up, and within about 7 to 10 days, he was signed into the Mets organization.
It was truly amazing, and it just gives you pause about the kind of poverty that so many of these players, particularly from the Dominican, are coming from, and the incredible lengths that they need to go to be found, to be signed, to become big league players.
And many times leaving their home at 16 years old. Well documented last year, Wilmer Flores, and coming to a new place, only thing they know was baseball. Mad respect, right?
I think it's on that one gets behind d'Arnaud, and Contreras will go to third.
That should be a pass ball, should it not? It can go either way. Ball didn't hit the ground. We got a PB.
PB.
It is pass ball. It's a 3 rain delay play. I was going to say, it's hard for any of us to fathom what it would be like to be taken from where we are to an incredibly different culture where we don't speak the language and be expected to perform at a high level.
That's right.
And that's what so many of these players do. Two and one to Baez, and that's outside 3-1. And you know, this year, for the first time, it's incredible that it's taken this long, but for the first time, every team is required to have an English-Spanish translator in the clubhouse for all the Spanish-speaking players. And that is a step in the right direction.
After the Asian players have had translators for years.
I think it's a good thing, Gary, that, and particularly in the minor leagues, because you get around in our minor league days. I mean, my roommate was Hector Cruz, and I basically helped him learn English and speak properly. But you don't want it to become a crutch. You want them, it is a tool for them to help them to eventually have command the English language.
Well, the team has also really focused on teaching the young Spanish-speaking players English. Good slider by Robles to strike out Baez for the first out.
Well, 10-1 game. Some hitters are expecting the fastball, but not from Robles.
Now Addison Russell is 0 for 2 tonight, struck out and grounded out. Contreras at third and 1 out, and throws the fastball by Russell at 97. And it's fouled back. Pitcher spot is due up next, and Trevor Cahill is out on deck to bat for himself. So Joe Maddon has essentially thrown the towel in this game. He doesn't want to use another pitcher if he doesn't have to.
Tapped out.
0-2 from Robles to Russell. And the slider hit in the air to left center. That should get the run in. Over comes Johnson to get it. Tagging and scoring is Contreras. Sacrifice fly for Addison Russell gets the Cubs their second run of the night. It's now 10-2 New York. SNY Super Slow Motion brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. So with 2 out and nobody on, Trevor Cahill will take the turn at bat. He's 1 for 5 at the plate this year, lifetime 105 hitter. Cahill, a former starting pitcher, so he can give the Cubs length out of the bullpen. He's worked 1 inning so far. He may be asked to work 2 more and get them through the rest of the game. Call strike, 1-1. The diehards are still here.
Yes, they are.
There's a certain segment of the fan population, and I know because I was part of that segment when I was younger, who will not leave a game till the end, no matter what. No matter how many innings, no matter how many rain delays, no matter how late at night.
It's funny, and I don't know if in San Francisco, but I know in Oakland, if you stay for an extra inning game, you're given a pin at the end of the game. That you're one of the people that stayed.
Used to have that at Candlestick Park, the quad to Candlestick.
Yeah.
That's not enticing enough for me.
Well, we have other ways of keeping you here.
We had to put you under contract to make sure.
Cold night in San Francisco to give you a pin.
It's a badge of honor. And he walked him. Robles walks Cahill. So that's not what Robles or Joe Madden had in mind.
Oh, all right. You go out there and pitch.
You do know it's 10-2, right? But he's beside himself that Robles would walk Cahill. It's okay. Here's Almora, who's 1 for 2. And he's backing out as he takes a slider for a strike.
Shaking his head because he didn't think he was ready, but you're in the box. Be ready, kid.
Almora playing just his 12th game in the major leagues. And Robles quickly ahead 0-2. Well, there's Seth Lugo, who may be asked to finish the last couple of innings of this game for the Mets. Just called up yesterday from Las Vegas to give the Mets a little length in the bullpen. They were concerned, particularly last night, with Steven Matz starting. But Matz was able to pitch into the 6th. See, that's a young diehard. And Robles strikes out Almora to end the inning. An unearned run against Robles, who fanned 2 in the inning. Got him.
Oh, jeez. Love it. That's great.
Hey, be the next Leslie Nielsen.
Hey, he's not playing a computer games. Great.
5 home runs tonight, most they've ever hit in a game at Citi Field. And they have a 10-2 lead as they come to bat in the bottom of the 7th. There's your Mets box score, littered with hits and home runs, including a pair for Asdrubal Cabrera, the first of the career of Brandon Nimmo, the 20th of the year for Yoenis Cespedes. James Loney, who hit the first one to get the Mets in front. All parties heard from tonight, and the Mets have kept the wheel spinning. Asdrubal Cabrera has never had a 3 home run game in the major leagues. He's got a chance for one tonight. He's hit his 9th and 10th of the year, a solo shot and a 2-run homer. Facing Trevor Cahill, who starts his 2nd inning of relief and gets a curveball in for a strike. Kelly Johnson on deck, and then Wilmer Flores for the Mets in the 7th in a thrice rain delayed affair. 12 minutes at the start, an hour and 8 minutes after the 2nd inning, 40 more minutes in the 6th. Last 3 home run game by a Met. Yoenis Cespedes last August in Colorado.
That's right.
Mets had 3 home run games last year. Kurt Neuenhuis, Lucas Duda, and then Cespedes.
Neuenhuis right here.
Right. First Met ever to hit 3 home runs in a home game, and then Duda did it 3 weeks later. Well, the Mets returned home last night, and when they did, their captain was in the ballpark, and he's here again tonight. David Wright coming off fusion surgery in his neck. As Cabrera strikes out, and David spoke to the media before the game tonight about his progress coming back from the surgery.
I love the game of baseball. Yeah, I can't wait to get back out there, but the most important thing for me now is my health and you know, trying to get my neck healed, because if I go and do something that I'm not supposed to, you know, we're not talking about, you know, baseball, we're talking about something that's going to affect me later in life. So the most important thing now is I stay you know, on the plan, you know, don't even think about or try to look too much forward, and just get this thing healthy and follow the doctor's orders.
Saw the bandage on David's neck because when they performed the neck surgery, they went in through the front. And David said he's had a sore throat as a result. And you see him sitting out in the bullpen, and the reason for that is that his range of motion is so limited. They don't want him sitting in the dugout where he might have to dodge a foul ball, or, you know, or a person in the dugout, and so they keep him out in the bullpen so he can be a little more protected.
What is he carrying there? What's in his hand?
I don't know.
Is that a selfie stick?
Is that like, it's like a field marshal's baton.
A royal scepter. Breaking ball, foul back by Flores. His hand came off the bat, 1-1. It's a mirror?
Possibly. Because he's not supposed to. Yep. He can't have anybody.
He can't really turn, so maybe the mirror helps his range of vision.
And you certainly don't want to react to something that's behind you. It must be tough to sleep. Think about that, huh?
Out to right field, and Hayward is there to retire Flores 2 out. Well, David was talking earlier tonight about just how difficult the first days after the surgery were, that he was so weak and not able to move that it took 2 people to help him sit up.
Yep. And his voice box must have been incredibly hoarse also.
But just having his presence around makes a difference for this team. And, you know, maybe it's total coincidence that the Mets came back and won a game last night and are bludgeoning the Cubs tonight, but having David in the building makes everybody on this ball club feel a little better about things. There's Travis d'Arnaud, and he takes a strike. Travis is 1 for 3 tonight. Alejandro Diaz has come out on deck to pinch hit. Contreras still thinking about throwing down to bases that are not occupied. He did that last night. Rizzo's about, I don't know, 20 feet off the line and deep. And Contreras is faking a throw in that direction.
Like, never going to get Contreras for lack of hustle. I'll tell you that.
You got to sit him down, have a little talk.
1-2 to Darnell.
Boy, Cahill, when he was with the Braves, I thought he was done. And he looks so much different. Now, I know this is a 10-1 game, but his stuff looks firm. And his breaking ball looks good.
Contreras knocks that one down, 2-2.
Other than that pitch.
You jinxed him.
I know I did. That's what we do up here.
If we had an impact on what happens down on the field the way some people think we do, we wouldn't be here. Off the glove of Cahill, deflects to Russell, and it gets the force play to end the inning. 1-6-4 on the fielder's choice. That sends us off to the 8th. 10-2 New York. Twitter poll. Tweet us at SNYTV. We want to know, what is your favorite food to barbecue on the 4th of July? Hot dogs, sausages, hamburgers, shish kebab. Perhaps you have some alternate thing that you'd like to barbecue. Maybe you're a vegetarian.
Nicely spelled, too, the shish kebab.
Alejandro De Aza will play left field as we go to the 8th inning, and Seth Lugo makes his major league debut.
Well, what a great story. 34th round draft pick from Centenary College in Louisiana. 19 games for the Las Vegas 51s, 13 starts.
Matt Caesar, the first man he faces in the major leagues. Caesar had a base hit as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning, stayed in left field. Little tapper past the mound, and Walker's in front of it and throws out Caesar, one away. Well,
there they are.
Grilling going on. You even have the Knishes on the side. I forgot that is a grilling option.
I wouldn't recommend that because it's high on carbs. It's late.
No carbs late? How about Keith's
it's
grill?
At your grill.
Looks like they're ready to clean the grill, Keith. It's that time. Here's Jason Hayward, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Hot dogs, chicken, Nathan's, their big day's coming up Monday, right?
Kielbasa with a little pumpernickel bread and mustard. You ever have that? It's outstanding barbecue food.
Really?
Yeah, outstanding.
Huh. Got a little Eastern European flavor to that. 1-1 to Hayward. Well, Seth Lugo, just by taking the mound in that uniform, has a distinction all his own. He's the first player ever to appear in a game for the Mets wearing the number 67.
Really?
Wow.
They've had a 66, Josh Edgin. They've had a 68, Dario Alvarez, but never before tonight a 67. Out of Centenary College, most famous for producing Boston Celtics great Robert Parrish.
Nice.
I know he played for the Warriors as well.
I didn't know that. I remember Robert Parrish. He'll always be identified with the Celtics.
He and Kevin McHale on that front line, perfectly aligned.
They were maulers too. You know, they were ruffians.
The Chief. 1-2 coming. And the curveball outside.
Didn't McHale go to Minnesota or something? Was it Minnesota?
Lugo is not the first big leaguer from Centenary College. B.J. Ryan went to Centenary, and so did the sidearmer in the 60s, Cecil Upshaw.
Oh, I remember Cecil Upshaw.
He went to Centenary College.
Braves, Expos, Submariners, right?
Remember what happened to Cecil Upshaw? He was walking down the street. He was like 6'6". He had been a college basketball player. Walking down the street, and he was demonstrating his dunking abilities on an awning, and he ripped up his finger on a store awning, demonstrating to his teammates how well he dunked, and it ruined his career.
Wow.
By the way, in that Miami-Atlanta game in the 12th inning, Jose Fernandez comes off the bench for a 2-run double to put the Marlins in front.
Wow.
Hooked into right field, a base hit for Hayward, and he has his first hit of the series. 1 out and 1 on. Hey kids, you could win a chance to join us in the booth and call a Mets game on SNY. Just go to sny.tv/Kitcaster, where you can video audition online for a chance to win the SNY Kitcaster contest presented by New York's 529 College Savings Program. Now Chris Bryant with 1 out and 1 on. Bryant homered back in the 4th inning.
Oh.
It's a long night at the ballpark.
10 toes up.
Well, the Mets have already had one game in past midnight this week. The rain delayed affair in Washington. Oh. And Lugo stumbles coming out of the stretch, and that's a balk. And that'll move Hayward to second base. So he'll always be able to tell his grandkids, I balked in my big league debut.
And he's not the first one to do it. I've seen it before.
Well, first, Seth, welcome to the club, but you're still one behind me because in my debut, I balked twice in the game.
Really?
Yes, I did. I had a fast move to first, and the umpires had not seen it yet, and they called the balk both times.
First game.
First game.
Early in the
What
game?
did they say you weren't doing?
They said I wasn't stepping. I was. It just befuddled them that I could get the ball over there.
You remember the umpire?
I can't remember the first base umpire. Pulley behind the plate.
He got you, huh? Well, Frank liked to assert his authority.
Hold down to third, and Flores has it. That throws out Bryant for the second out. Let's answer our Verizon trivia question. The only pitcher to win more than 200 as a Cub. We think Ferguson Jenkins. No.
Charlie Root.
Who gave up the called shot home run to Babe Ruth.
Right. He was the ace of the Cubs against the Yanks. Was it what year was that?
33.
Yep.
Is that right? By the way, you were close there with Mordecai Three-Finger Brown. He's actually second on the list with 188. Fergie is fifth. Bill Hutchison and Larry Corcoran, whose work I am not familiar with, are third and fourth. You have to remember the Cubs have been around a long time.
Exactly.
1876, I think.
Keith, God was the first base umpire.
Oh, Doug Harvey.
So Doug Harvey got you for 2 balls.
So he dropped a son on you.
He did.
To Rizzo. Well, they haven't been in a World Series since 1945. They haven't won a World Series since 1908, when they won their second in a row. The only 2 they've ever won 108 years ago. Rizzo goes down swinging on the slider. Lugo has his first major league strikeout, and he puts up a 0 in his first big league inning.
Where did that ball hit him?
Hit him right in the foot.
It got the hitter, did it not?
Back foot.
Still a swinging strike. Still a strikeout.
Oh my goodness.
That's a nasty breaking ball. The day in Toronto. Instead, it was Cleveland Day. The Indians win their 14th straight. Took them 19 innings. Carlos Santana homering off infielder Darwin Barney, the second position player to pitch in the game for the Blue Jays, as the Indians win. Ben Revere's double in the 14th lifts the Nats over the Reds, and Jeremy Hellickson a strong 6 innings. The Phillies beat the Royals for their 4th straight win. Alejandro De Aza just came in on a double switch. He'll get his first turn at bat in the bottom of the 8th. De Aza had a key plate appearance last night. He drew a walk in the midst of the Mets' 3-run 7th. But it has been a big-time struggle for De Aza, who takes outside from Trevor Cahill, who's working his 3rd inning of relief. Brandon Nimmo on deck, and then Neil Walker in the home 8th.
Well, you can start hearing all the individual rowdies.
See, Nimmo's making new fans one by one. Took the foul ball, flipped it to a fan. He's got a supporter for life. De Aza swinging at the breaking ball, and it's 2-2. It's a quiet ending to a loud night Mets hit 5 home runs in the first 5 innings. DeAuza takes the curveball high 3-2.
This is where if they call you, you're a bum, you can hear it.
And it's outside, ball 4. DeAuza is on. Here are the results of our Toyota Twitter poll. You'll be happy to know that hamburgers are the favorite food for our fans to barbecue on the 4th of July. Shish kebabs languishing in 4th place. Hot dogs and sausages getting some support. But it's hamburgers.
Hey, someone's with us tonight.
Very nice.
Love to see folks keeping score at the game. Age-old tradition. Brandon Nimmo's had himself a big night. See, now if you bring your scorebook to the game, you get to keep that page that has Brandon Nimmo's first major league home run. You get a 3-run shot in the 4th inning. And a base hit his last time up, so Nimmo 2 for 4 on the night.
If you're Nimmo, you might want to take that scorecard in the Mets dugout, right?
Well, he's already got the souvenir baseball from the home run. He had the souvenir last night from the RBI. His trophy case is loading up quickly. And now Cahill behind him 3-0.
Well, he'll be taken here. 10-2. Get your 3 hits here, young man.
(3-1) to Nimmo, and he shoots one toward left center field, but Almora gets over in the gap. Boy, he covers ground quickly.
He sure does.
So a hard first out of the inning.
Nice at bat. I like what I see from Nimmo. I believe this is the first ball. No, I'm not. I'm incorrect. He had a line drive in Atlanta to left field, if I recall, right at the left fielder.
He also had a base hit to left field in that series.
Yes. Just crowded him just a bit. Just a pinch.
Now Walker takes a curveball for a strike. Neal's 1 for 4 tonight. Mets got back-to-back home runs from Loney and Cabrera in the 2nd, a 2-run double from Loney in the 3rd, a 3-run homer from Nimmo in the 4th, and home runs from Cespedes and Cabrera in the 5th. 5 home runs, all against the starter Jason Hammel, who gave up a career-high 10 runs in 4 innings plus. We've had 3 rain delays tonight, 1 at the start, 1 after the 2nd, and 1 in the 6th, accounting for the late hour, if you're just rolling in. A lot of people have been traveling tonight.
That's right.
Getting to their July 4th weekend destinations. Might just be settling in for the late local news, maybe Geico Sports Night, maybe an episode of Beat the Booth, and instead you're seeing the 8th inning of the game.
There it is.
There will be Geico Sports Night after the postgame. We'll hear more from David Wright. NBA free agency started today. Lots of money being dished around. And hockey news as well.
I'll be spending some time in Brooklyn this winter. Lynn Sanity's back there.
So is Isaiah Whitehead.
Yeah.
So you'll enjoy watching Isaiah play. Not that we who watch Seton Hall basketball wouldn't have liked to have had him back for his junior year.
That's right.
But Isaiah, who is from Brooklyn, and is going to be thrilled to play for the Nets.
It's going to be great.
Well, the one good thing about this, our drive home, Garrett, we got a long way to go. It's everybody's where there should be. There should be traffic. Should be a safe trip home, but still don't take it for granted.
Let me tell you, Keith, we got out of here pretty late last night, and it took a long time out at second. As Myers feeds Russell for the second out. Lots of construction, lots of
there was a lot of traffic last night.
Accidents. So we'll take nothing for granted. SNY play ball, and the New York Jets are looking to help local league in need with grants, equipment donations, clinics, and special Jets experiences. Does your league need assistance? Apply today at sny.tv/playball. Now Cespedes, who launched a home run in the 5th inning, his 2nd in the series and his 20th of the year. Curveball looped out toward right. Hayward to the line, to the sidewall, runs out of room, and hopefully he's okay, and he is.
You hate to see someone get hurt in a game like this with your fight. You know, your 4 outs from the game being over and a rout.
You worry about him jamming that left foot into the wall like that.
Spraining an ankle. Spraining an ankle, a knee.
Of course, Hayward, for all of his troubles offensively, is such a gifted outfielder. It's one of the reasons why he got that enormous contract from the Cubs. Whether you judge with your eyes or with defensive metrics, he is a special fielder. Mets have certainly been victimized by Hayward's defense over the years.
It's almost in a game like this, you just don't even want to see him just pull up.
Yeah.
You know, let it bounce.
Jammed that glove hand into the wall. And Cespedes bangs one off his leg.
They're dropping like flies here.
The back foot.
Yeah.
He's had some ankle issues already this year.
Hip. Wrist. It's tough. He does not like to be out of the lineup. What were his first words for Terry Collins when he got here last year? He said, "I play every day." And unless he's got something really wrong, he does. And he bangs one up the middle for his 2nd hit of the night.
Well, there's just not giving away an at bat. I've talked about that ad nauseum. You know, Cespedes is 1 for 3, turns it into a 2 for 4 night. Don't give away that last at bat in a blowout.
Well, it also gives James Loney another chance to figure out how to get a triple for the cycle.
That would be a sight to see.
You know, I've seen John Olerud, who's one of the slowest players I've ever seen, get a triple for a cycle.
Was he that slow?
Oh yeah, he was Dave Magadan slow.
Oh, jeez, that's low riding.
Loney a home run, a double, and a single tonight. 3 for 4. The most memorable triple for a cycle that I remember was a guy named Eric Valent.
Yes.
Up at Olympic Stadium.
Yes, I was there.
He hit a ball to right field. It was basically a double, and he just kept running.
Yes.
Figured, what the heck? See what happens. And somehow he managed to make it safely to third base, and he had his cycle. Loney, though, grounds out to end the bottom of the 8th. We go to the 9th, 10-2 New York. Sorry to keep you guys up late again tonight. Here's Wilson Contreras leading off in the 9th inning. Yes, Howie and I are we remain battered but unbowed.
Undefeated in the 2 years.
I watched you gave in the final round. You were outstanding.
Let me tell you something. The questions were so much harder this year, and we missed so many questions. We kind of stumbled to the finish. It was kind of like a pitcher who goes 5, gives up 6 runs, but his team scores 8.
So, more importantly, how did it play on TV? The missed questions. How did it play?
Well, it was a little embarrassing.
Okay.
But it got overshadowed by Chris Carlin's haberdashery. Because Carlin, who was the host, wore that salmon jacket for one of the 2 episodes.
That's funny.
And that just dominated the entire scene. But the competition was good. We had a couple of pairs of very qualified Mets fans, and Howie and I were able to eke it out.
Russell and Daughters kind of salmon, like that color?
Yeah, smoked. 2-2 to Contreras. The Quizmaster, though, did not make any of our lives easy.
You gave outstanding clues to Howie in that final round.
You like my Carl Everett clue?
I like all your Howie. You paved the road for him. You made him look good.
He gave us good clues in our year that they allowed us.
You were out. That was terrific.
2 years ago, I'll never forget, Keith, when it was radio versus TV, and you know you had been struggling, but you came up in the 9th inning and you had the game-winning hit.
Well, I want to say one thing. That one round that Ronnie had, I knew the answers, but Ronnie beat me all the time. He just beat me to it.
But the Al Harrison one that you pulled out of the atmosphere.
He was the guy that after when Frank went, right? Was that the general manager after Cash?
It was
Al Horizon.
Witching hour in New York. Time for Black Cats.
It's a couple of games this week we've made it to midnight and beyond.
This one should have a better result than the last one for the Mets. Contreras breaks his bat, rolls one down to Flores. 1 out of the 9th. SNY's Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. Well, this has been such a long night. I think that you guys should take Saturday off.
Very nice that you.
Gary, you too.
You have the power to do that.
I will hand it over to our friends at Fox for Saturday night's game, and we'll be back Sunday afternoon.
Figure we'll be in bed around 2 o'clock, Gary. We can sleep late. I suggest a workout.
I could use it.
I'm going to work out tomorrow. I'm going to force myself to get the blood flowing.
Javier Baez is 0 for 3. Well, we all have our workout routines. Seth Lugo in his major league debut has gotten 4 outs, being asked to get 2 more. And that's lined over short, a base hit for Baez. So Javier Baez has his first hit of the night. Second hit against Lugo in relief.
You know, everyone's having a fine time. People at the ballpark, the players, because they kind of know how the game's going to end. But not for Seth Lugo. I mean, this is life and death for him in his first appearance.
Well, think about it this way. Seth Lugo makes his first appearance on a big league mound, and he gets to do it for 2 days. Friday and Saturday.
Oh, that's right. There's a trivia question for you.
And Addison Russell is hit by the pitch, and he'll go to first base. So that's the second batter that Lugo's hit. He hit Rizzo as he struck him out to end the 8th. So that one didn't count as a hit batsman, and now he nicks Russell.
Just gets the shirt I don't think it caught any skin, so.
And Trevor Cahill's going to bat again.
Yeah.
How about that? They still have Chris Coghlan and Miguel Montero and David Ross. But for some reason, Joe Maddon wants his pitcher to take another turn at bat. I guess he enjoyed watching him walk his last time up.
Joe does things a little differently.
He really does.
Right? Not afraid to either. He's got the gravitas to do it. I think you'd want to give one of your bench players an at bat, but 10-1 game, your bench 10-2 game. Sorry, your bench players shut it down a while ago. See if Lugo can become my favorite pitcher from Louisiana since Wally Whitehurst.
There's a pretty good pitcher from Louisiana who pitched on the other side of town.
Yeah, lightning.
Ron Guidry.
Wally Whitehurst, the king of the comebacker.
The comebacker that caused bruises. That man had more stitches from baseballs on his legs than anybody I've ever seen. Strike 3 called, so Cahill's caught looking. Second strikeout for Lugo, and now the Cubs are down to their final out. And Albert Almora coming up. Almora 1 for 3, singled back in the 6th. That's 1 out away from their second straight win over the Cubs. 6th straight if you go back to the League Championship Series last October. And Almora pops it up, and that should do it. De Aza comes in to call, and the Mets have beaten the Cubs for the second straight day. Had to battle through 3 rain delays and past midnight to do it, but the Mets hit 5 home runs at Citi Field for the first time ever, get Jacob deGrom his first win in more than 2 months as they roll over the Cubs 10-2.
Well, the 5 home runs, and the big blow, really the big blow, was the youngster again. There he is right there, Brandon Nimmo, the 3-run home run, his first major league home run, a 3-run shot in the, what was it, the 4th, the 5th? It's been so long tonight, the 4th, and that made it, blew the game open, made it a 7-1 ball game. Congratulations to him.
And it's been 2 months, but Jacob deGrom gets his 4th win.
So the Mets have taken 2 straight from the Cubs as they bludgeon Chicago 10-2 tonight. We'll have more from Citi Field coming right up.